There's a moment in the quiet before the storm, when even the air itself seems to hold its breath, when the world feels poised between light and shadow, and the faintest whisper of magic hums just beyond our senses. Picture this: Gandalf the Grey, his weathered cloak billowing in the wind, stands atop the ancient ruins of Weathertop, his staff pulsing with a soft, otherworldly glow. The land stretches out before him, vast and untamed, but his gaze is fixed on something far more unsettling, a darkness stirring in the heart of Middle-earth, a threat even the wisest of the Istari cannot ignore. Can you feel it, that prickle of anticipation, the sense that something extraordinary is about to unfold? Welcome, wanderers and dreamers, to a journey through the hidden lore of Middle-earth's most enigmatic guardians, the Istari wizards. Whether you're curled up under a blanket as the stars blink awake, or sipping tea in the golden light of dawn, we'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight, and what hour has drawn you into this tale? Let us know in the comments below, because every story is richer when shared. Gandalf's story begins here, not with a grand spell or a battle cry, but with a quiet, unwavering resolve. The wind carries voices only he can hear, whispers of a shadow creeping across the land, a malice that even the mightiest magic may struggle to contain. But he is not alone in this fight. Alongside him stand Saruman the White, Radagast the Brown, and the other Istari, each a master of arcane arts, each bound by a sacred duty to guide and protect. Yet as the darkness grows, so too do the cracks in their unity. What happens when those sworn to safeguard the world begin to falter? How does power, even in the hands of the wise, become a test of loyalty and purpose? These are the questions that will weave through our exploration tonight, as we delve into the hearts and minds of Middle-earth's most mysterious figures. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the rustle of leaves in Fangorn Forest, the crisp scent of pipe weed lingering in the air, the weight of a staff in your hand, humming with ancient energy. The Istari are more than wizards. They are keepers of secrets, shepherds of fate, and sometimes tragic figures caught between their mission and their own flaws. Tonight, we'll walk beside them, from the towering spires of Isengard to the tangled groves of Roscoble, uncovering the magic, the wisdom, and the hidden struggles that define their legacies. So settle in, wherever you are, and let the journey begin. The road ahead is lined with enchantment, mystery, and perhaps a few surprises even the most devoted lore masters might have missed. Ready, let's step into the tale together. The golden light of Lothlorien filters through the Malorn leaves, dappling the forest floor where the three wizards stand, each a pillar of power, each carrying the weight of Middle-earth's fate in their hands. Gandalf's voice is low but urgent as he speaks of shadows lengthening beyond Mordor, of whispers among the free peoples that speak of a nameless fear creeping back into the world. His fingers tighten around his staff, the wood warm with the memory of countless battles, yet his eyes betray no despair, only resolve. But Saruman, clad in robes as white as fresh snow, lifts his chin with a dismissive wave. You fret over phantoms, Gandalf, he murmurs, though the gleam in his gaze suggests something sharper beneath his calm. The enemy is broken. What stirs now are but the echoes of his defeat. His words hang in the air, smooth as polished stone, Yet Gandalf senses the unspoken pride coiled within them, a pride that might yet blind the white wizard to the truth. And then there's Radagast, his beard tangled with twigs, his cloak smelling of damp earth and wild herbs. His wide eyes dart as if tracking unseen movements through the trees. The spiders in Mirkwood grow bold. He interrupts, wringing his hands. The birds bring tidings of poisoned streams, of nests abandoned. His voice trails off, heavy with grief for the small, voiceless things suffering under the shadow. For Radagast, the war is not in grand councils or armies clashing. It's in the wilt of a single leaf, the silence of a brook where frogs once sang. Gandalf listens, nodding slowly, but his heart sinks. This is the fracture he feared. Saruman's arrogance, Radagast's distraction, both, in their own ways, pulling the Istari apart when unity is needed most. Around them, the very air of Lothlorien seems to sigh, the leaves rustling secrets in a language only the elves might understand. Or perhaps it's a warning. The wind carries the scent of distant storms, and for a fleeting moment, the three wizards fall silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The path ahead is unclear, but one truth lingers like the last ember of a dying fire. The choices made here, in this glade, will ripple across Middle-earth. Will Saruman's pride become a chain? Will Radagast's compassion blind him to the greater darkness? And Gandalf, ever the wanderer, must now weigh his next move carefully, for even the wisest can stumble when walking alone. Radagast's boots sink into the damp soil of Mirkwood as he pushes deeper into the gloom, his staff brushing against gnarled roots that twist like skeletal fingers. The air here is thick with decay, no birdsong, no rustle of squirrels, just an unnatural silence pressing against his ears. Then a whimper, a fox, its fur matted with something dark and sticky, drags itself toward him, eyes clouded with pain. Radagast kneels, his hands trembling as he cradles the creature, and though his magic hums with healing energy, he knows it's too late. The fox's breath comes in ragged gasps, but its final words are clear. Dahl Gold, you're the shadow it hungers. Its body goes still, and the weight of those words settles over Radagast like a shroud. He should report this to the council. Saruman would demand proof. Gandalf would urge caution. But the forest is screaming. The trees whisper in creaking groans, their bark blackening where tendrils of corruption slither beneath the surface. A spider, swollen to twice its natural size, scuttles past, its many eyes glinting with a malevolent awareness. This is no ordinary blight. Something ancient and vile is stirring, poisoning the land creature by creature, root by root. Radagast's heart splits in two, his duty as an Istari, bound to the wisdom of the White Council, and his oath to the wild things that have no voice but his. The choice is made before he realizes it. He turns his back on the path that would lead him to Elrond or Gandalf, and strides instead toward Dol Goldure, where the trees grow so twisted they seem to claw at the sky. His cloak catches on thorns that bleed a sickly sap, and the deeper he goes, the heavier the air becomes, thick with the scent of rotting petals and something metallic, like old blood. Shadows pool where light should be, and the occasional screech of some unseen thing sends chills down his spine. Yet he presses on, driven by a grief too fierce to ignore. Behind him, the branches knit together, as if the forest itself is trying to seal his fate. The wind moans through the leaves, a lament for the wizard who walks alone into the dark. Radagast doesn't look back. He doesn't see the eyes yellow and slit-pupiled, watching from the underbrush, or the way the spider's silk glistens with something sharper than dew. The forest holds its breath. Somewhere ahead, the darkness grins. Gandalf's boots echo against the worn stone steps of Minas Tirith's great library, a place where the air itself seems thick with the weight of centuries. Dust swirls in the slanted beams of torchlight as his fingers trace the spines of crumbling scrolls, each one a whisper from a time when the world was younger and darker. He isn't just searching for answers, he's racing against a shadow, one that stretches longer with every passing day. The words on these parchments are faded, but their warnings are sharp as ever, mentions of a nameless fear returning, of fires rekindled in the depths of Mordor. His breath catches as he unrolls a brittle map, its edges blackened as if touched by flame long ago. Here, inked in a trembling hand, is a path leading to a fortress once thought abandoned, Dahl Goldure. A place Radagast spoke of with terror in his voice. The scrape of a boot against stone pulls him from his thoughts. Aragorn stands in the arched doorway, his cloak damp with travel, his eyes dark with news. The rangers report movements near the Black Gate. He murmurs, stepping closer. Not orcs, not just orcs. Something stirs there, something that walks unseen, but leaves the earth itself trembling. Gandalf's grip tightens on the scroll. This isn't mere rumor. It's a pattern, a thread connecting Dahl Goldure's poison to the whispers in Mordor. Yet when he speaks of it to Aragorn, he sees the doubt flicker across the man's face. The White Council will demand proof, Aragorn says quietly, and Saruman, Gandalf's jaw sets. Saruman's name hangs between them, unspoken yet heavy. The White Wizard's pride has grown as thick as the walls of Isengard, his certainty unshakable. How can one man's voice, even a wizard's, cut through such arrogance? The torchlight gutters, casting their shadows tall and wavering against the shelves of forgotten lore. For a moment, Gandalf feels the crushing weight of it all, the fragility of alliances, the slow creep of darkness, the way even the wisest can falter when fear wears the mask of reason. But then his fingers brush the edge of another parchment, this one marked with a symbol like a lidless eye. The ink is fresh enough to smudge. Someone has been here before him. Someone who did not want this knowledge found. The realization steals him. Proof or not, the hour is too late for caution. The wind howls outside the library's high windows, carrying with it the scent of distant storms. Somewhere, a spider stirs in Mirkwood. Somewhere, a tower long silent begins to hum with a voice that is not human. And Gandalf, standing amidst the echoes of the past, knows what he must do, even if he must stand alone. High in the tower of Orthanc, where the wind howls through narrow windows like a chorus of restless spirits, Saruman stands motionless before the palantír. The smooth black sphere glows faintly in his hands, pulsing with a rhythm that matches the quickening of his own heart. What began as scholarly curiosity has become something far more dangerous, an obsession that coils around his thoughts like ivy choking an ancient tree. The Seeing Stone shows him visions of Barad-dûr, its spires clawing at a smoke-choked sky, and armies moving in perfect unison, a machine of war forged by a will stronger than any he has known. For years, he told himself he studied the rings of power to understand the enemy, to arm the White Council with knowledge. but the line between understanding and envy has blurred. The palantír whispers to him in dreams, in waking hours, its voice slick as oil. Resistance is folly. Power is not in defiance, but in alliance. The logic is cold, flawless. If Sauron cannot be defeated, why should Middle-earth's fate be one of ruin rather than order? A world reshaped by strength, not wasted by futile struggle. The thought takes root, spreading through him like ink in water. His chambers are littered with scrolls, their edges charred from nights spent poring over forbidden texts. Here, in the solitude of Isengard, he has traced the history of the rings, their making, their breaking, and each revelation stokes a hunger he no longer cares to name. The elven smiths of a region once wielded craft beyond even his grasp. Celebrimber's folly was not in creation, but in defiance, a lesson Saruman will not repeat. Outside, the once fertile valley of Isengard hums with a new sound, the clang of hammers, the hiss of steam. His Uruk high, bred in the pits below Orthanc, move with a discipline no orc has ever possessed. They are his answer to the chaos of the world, a force to match Sauron's. If only he can secure the one thing that eludes him, the one ring. The palantír darkens abruptly, as if sensing his thoughts, and for a heartbeat, Saruman feels the weight of unseen eyes upon him. A test, a warning, he smiles. Let Sauron watch. Let him see what a true master of lore and might can build. The tower's stones seem to breathe around him, amplifying the echo of his footsteps as he paces. Every book, every artifact, every whispered secret has led him here, to the precipice of a choice. The White Council debates and delays, blind to the storm gathering on the horizon. Gandalf scuttles like a moth from one crisis to the next, trusting in hope where Saruman sees only calculus, and Radagast lost in the weeping of trees while the world burns. No, the age of the Istari's gentle guidance is ending. The future belongs to those bold enough to seize it. He turns back to the palantír, his reflection warped in its depths. The face that stares back is still noble, still wise, but the light in his eyes has hardened into something unfamiliar. A spark, once kindled for the protection of Middle-earth, now burns for its mastery. The wind rises, rattling the parchments on his desk, scattering them like leaves in a storm. One fragment catches against his robe, and he plucks it free. A sketch of the Shire, circled in dark ink. A whisper of a plan. The ring will not stay hidden forever, and when it surfaces, Saruman intends to be ready. Far below, the forges of Isengard glow molten red, their fires lighting the undersides of the gathering clouds. The air smells of scorched metal and ambition. The tower stands silent, a needle of stone stitching the earth to the sky, and within it, Saruman's resolve hardens into certainty. Let the others cling to their fading ideals. He will forge a new order from the ashes of the old. Thick mist coils around Radagast's ankles as he steps into the ruins of Dahl Goldure, his staff trembling with a light that refuses to pierce the gloom. The air tastes of rust and rot, and every breath feels like swallowing shadows. He should have turned back at the edge of the forest, should have listened to the crows shrieking warnings from the branches. But the memory of the dying fox's plea drives him forward. The stones beneath his boots are slick with something dark, and his pulse quickens when he realizes the walls are whispering, not in words, but in a hiss like wind through dead leaves. a sound that raises the hairs on his neck. Then movement, a flicker at the edge of his vision. Radagast spins, his cloak snagging on jagged rock, just as the first shape lunges from the darkness. It's neither orc nor man, but something hunched and glistening, its limbs too long, its eyes reflecting no light. He barely raises his staff in time. A flash of golden energy sends the creature recoiling with a screech that splits the silence. But more shadows detach from the ruins, their forms shifting like smoke given teeth. Panic claws at his throat, but Radagast does the only thing he knows. He closes his eyes and reaches for the heartbeat of the forest. A shudder passes through the earth, then wings. Dozens of them beat the air as ravens descend in a storm of feathers and fury. Squirrels dart from cracks in the stone, their tiny claws scraping as they swarm the shadowy figures. A stag, its antlers wreathed in vines, crashes through the underbrush, hooves striking with a force that shakes the ground. For a moment, the tide turns. But as Radagast stumbles back, gasping, the mist parts, and he sees him, a figure robed in tattered black, taller than any man, his presence bending the light itself into unnatural shapes. The Necromancer. The name floods Radagast's mind like ice water, and in that heartbeat, he understands. This is no mere servant of darkness. This is the shadow given flesh. The creatures retreat at a flick of the Necromancer's fingers, melting back into the ruins. Only the weight of his gaze remains, pinning Radagast where he stands. "Run, little wizard," the voice rasps, not from lips but from the very air. "Tell them nothing waits here but dust and echoes." The lie slithers into Radagast's thoughts, sticky as spider silk, but the fox's whimpers and the tree's silent screams anchor him to the truth. He turns, his legs shaking, and flees, not as a coward, but as a messenger who must survive long enough to deliver a warning. The forest swallows him whole. Branches snap at his heels, and the wind carries laughter that isn't wind at all. His fingers fumble for the moth wing, thin parchment in his pocket, the one he'd meant to send to Gandalf. But the ink smudges under his trembling hands, the words blurring into nonsense. A rustle overhead. A great horned owl lands on a low branch, its golden eyes locking onto his. It understands. With the last of his strength, Radagast whispers his message into the bird's feathers, his voice breaking on every syllable. Dahl Goldure is not empty. He is here, he is here. The owl takes flight, vanishing into the twilight, but whether it will find Gandalf in time, Radagast cannot know. Behind him, the mist thickens into a wall, cutting off all paths back. The trees press closer, their roots writhing like serpents, and the last thing Radagast hears before the darkness takes him is the whisper of his own name, spoken in a voice that has no right to know it. Gandalf's fingers tighten around the scrap of parchment, the owl's feather still clinging to its edge. Radagast's warning burns in his mind like a brand. Dahl Goldure is not empty, but the weight of what comes next settles heavier than any staff or sword. He stands now in the Hall of Fire in Rivendell, where the very air thrums with the tension of unspoken strife. Across from him, Saruman's robes gleam like fresh snow, his expression unreadable as he studies the same words. The firelight flickers, casting shadows that twist like accusations between them. "You bring us the ravings of a hermit," Saruman says at last, his voice smooth as polished marble. Radagast has ever been too fond of mushrooms and birdsong to see the larger tapestry. He flicks the parchment aside, and it flutters to the floor like a wounded moth. Gandalf's chest tightens. This is no longer mere disagreement. It is dismissal, a refusal to even entertain the possibility of danger. The other members of the White Council shift uncomfortably, their silence as damning as any words. Elrond's gaze meets Gandalf's, heavy with unspoken alliance, but it is Galadriel who speaks, her voice a silver thread in the dim light. The shadows do not lie. If Radagast has seen what he claims, Saruman cuts her off with a raised hand. If we are not children to chase phantoms based on ifs. His eyes lock onto Gandalf's, and for the first time, there is something colder than doubt in them, something like warning. Or has your fondness for the halflings and their simple comforts clouded your judgment as well? The barb lands with precision. Gandalf feels the sting, not of the insult, but of the truth beneath it. He has grown fond of the Shire's peace, of its stubborn, hopeful people. But is that weakness, or wisdom? The fire pops, sending up a shower of sparks. Gandalf leans forward, his voice low but ironclad. Pride has felled more towers than armies, Saruman. Will you risk all of Middle-earth for the sake of your certainty? The words hang in the air, sharp as a drawn blade. Saruman's lip curls, but before he can retort, a gust of wind rattles the high windows, extinguishing half the candles in the hall. In the sudden gloom, Gandalf sees it, a flicker of something restless in Saruman's eyes, a hunger that goes beyond mere argument. The council adjourns with no resolution, the members drifting away like leaves on a troubled stream. Gandalf remains long after, staring into the dying embers. The weight of his responsibility presses down, not as a mantle to bear, but as a chain tightening around his chest. If the White Council will not act, if Saruman's pride has blinded him to the truth, then the task falls to Gandalf alone. But how does one man, even a wizard, stand against the gathering storm? Outside, the first drops of rain begin to fall, tapping against the stained glass like impatient fingers. Somewhere far to the east, a shadow stirs in Dahl Goldure, stretching its claws toward the unsuspecting world. Gandalf's staff glows faintly in the dark, a pulse of defiance against the coming night. The road ahead is uncertain, but one thing is clear: waiting is no longer an option. The palantír glows a sickly green in Saruman's hands, its surface swirling with visions that are no longer mere observations. They are negotiations. Deep in the night, when even the moon hides behind the smoke of Isengard's forges, he leans close to the stone, his voice a murmur woven with calculated deference. The halflings are but a whisper in the wind, he tells the darkness within, yet the ring they carry could be the key to your dominion, and mine. The air grows thick, as if the very walls of Orthanc lean in to listen. A presence coils in the Palantír's depths, formless but fathomless, and when it speaks, the words slither into Saruman's mind like a blade slipping between ribs. You seek partnership, not servitude. A rare ambition. The flattery is a hook, but Saruman no longer cares if it draws blood. By dawn, the pact is sealed in silence. The White Wizard walks the battlements of Isengard, his robes catching the first light, yet they seem duller now, as if the purity of his order has bled into the earth beneath his feet. Below, the pits teem with Uruk high, soldiers bred not for defense, but for conquest. Their black armor gleams like beetle shells, their voices a chorus of guttural obedience. Saruman watches them with something akin to pride. This is no mere garrison. It is the beginning of an empire. The Ents in Fangorn may whisper of betrayal. The eagles may scream warnings to the wind. But what are trees and birds against the machinery of war? Yet for all his plotting, Saruman does not see the fissures in his own design. The palantir's visions of Sauron's strength are intoxicating, but they are also curated, a tapestry of fear and allure woven by a master deceiver. When he dreams, it is not of shared dominion, but of a throne beside the Dark Lord, a thought that fans the embers of his ambition into a blaze. But thrones built on bargains with shadows have a way of crumbling beneath their occupants. The final stroke of his betrayal comes not with a declaration, but with a scroll, a map of the Shire, its borders marked in precise, merciless ink. He traces the winding path to Bag End with a finger that no longer trembles. Let Gandalf scurry after rumors in the wild. Let Radagast mourn the withering of leaves. The age of wizards is ending, and Saruman intends to be the architect of what rises in its place. The towers of Isengard, once white as truth, now stand gray with ash and ambition, their shadows stretching long across a land that does not yet know how deeply it has been betrayed. The wind screams past Radagast's ears as he clutches the feathers of the great eagle's back, his fingers numb with cold and exhaustion. Below them, the world is a blur of jagged mountains and endless forest, but all he sees are the faces of the creatures he couldn't save. The fox's glassy eyes, the twisted roots of Mirkwood, the mocking shadow of the necromancer looming over him. His staff, once alive with golden light, now hangs limp at his side, its glow dimmed like a guttering candle. The eagle's wings beat steady and strong, carrying him higher, away from the darkness. Yet every mile between him and Dahl Gold feels like another failure etched into his bones. Tell me, feather friend, Radagast murmurs, his voice raw from screaming spells into the void. When the wise refuse to listen, what good is wisdom? The eagle tilts its great head, sunlight catching the amber of its eye. You mistake hearing for heeding, it replies, the words vibrating through its chest like distant thunder. Even the mightiest oak was once a seed that refused to break. Your voice has been planted, little wizard. Now let time water it. The simplicity of the answer strikes Radagast like a slap. He had expected scorn for his recklessness, or worse, pity. Instead, the eagle speaks as if hope is not some fragile thing to be cradled, but a wild force, stubborn as a weed-cracking stone. They crest the peak of the misty mountains, and suddenly, the sky opens before them, a sea of clouds glowing pink in the dying light. Here, above the world's sorrow, the air is clean and sharp, scoured free of dull Goldure's stench. Other eagles join them, their wingbeats sinking into a rhythm like a heartbeat, and for the first time since the forest swallowed him whole, Radagast feels the knot in his chest loosen. One eagle drops a sprig of athelas onto his lap, its leaves still damp with dew. The earth remembers its healers, it rumbles. Radagast crushes the herb between his fingers, inhaling its crisp scent, and the pain in his ribs eases, just a little. The eyrie is a jumble of sun-warmed stone and wind-smoothed branches, high enough that the stars seem close enough to pluck like berries. The eagles bring him water in cupped talons, and a poultice of honey and crushed yarrow for his wounds. As they tend to him, Radagast listens to their stories, of battles fought in skies older than kingdoms, of men who forgot their promises, and of shadows that always pass. You are not the first to walk alone into the dark, says the eldest eagle, preening a scarred wing, nor will you be the last, but the sun rises the same for fools and heroes alike. There's no judgment in its tone, only the quiet certainty of a creature that has watched ages turn. Night falls, and with it comes a clarity sharper than any spell. Radagast had gone to Dahl Goldure, expecting to find a foe he could fight, a creature, a curse, something his magic could unravel. But the true horror was not the necromancer's power. It was the way his voice slithered into the cracks of reason, turning doubt into paralysis. Saruman's dismissal, Gandalf's grim silence, they were not betrayals, but symptoms of the same sickness. Fear, dressed in the robes of prudence. A young eagle, its feathers still edged with down, hops closer and drops a smooth black stone into his palm, a shard of obsidian flecked with gold. For remembering, it says, light sticks hardest to what's broken. Radagast closes his fist around it, feeling the edges bite his skin. Somewhere below, in the tangled dark of Mirkwood, the spiders still spin their poisoned webs. Somewhere, Gandalf paces Rivendell's halls, weighing impossible choices, and somewhere, the necromancer smiles, believing his secret safe, but the wind carries more than whispers. It carries eagles. Gandalf's cloak snaps like a banner in the wind as Shadowfax surges forward, his hooves barely touching the earth. The night is alive with urgency, the kind that hums in the blood and sharpens every sense. Above, the stars wheel in patterns older than the world itself, their cold light etching the path to Rivendell in silver. But Gandalf does not need their guidance to know the road ahead. The weight in his chest is map enough. Saruman's betrayal is no longer suspicion. It is a wound, raw and undeniable. The memory of his fellow Istari's voice, once rich with wisdom, now dripping with condescension, echoes in his skull. Pride has felled more towers than armies. The words taste like ash. Shadowfax's stride never falters, even as the terrain steepens into rocky slopes where the air grows thin. Gandalf leans into the wind, his fingers tightening on the reins. Time, once a steady river, now rushes like a flash flood. Every moment lost is a moment the enemy grows stronger. A moment Saruman's forges hammer out another link in the chain meant to bind Middle-earth. But Rivendell is close. The scent of pine gives way to the faintest whisper of waterfalls, and the stars seem to brighten, as if the very heavens are straining to illuminate his way. Elrond's halls rise before him like a dream, carved in stone and moonlight. The last homely house, they call it, a refuge where even the weariest soul might find rest. But Gandalf does not dismount with the ease of a traveler home at last. His bones ache with the toll of sleepless nights, yet his mind races too fiercely to entertain weariness. The elves who greet him see it at once, the fire in his eyes, the set of his jaw. No words are needed. The Lord of Rivendell is already waiting in the courtyard, his ageless face unreadable, but his posture taut as a bowstring. They will not listen, Gandalf says without preamble, his voice roughened by dust and dread. Elrond's gaze flicks to the horizon, where the misty mountains loom like sentinels. They seldom do, he replies softly, but that does not mean we stop speaking. The quiet certainty in his voice is a lifeline. Here, at least, is one ally whose resolve has not wavered. Yet Gandalf's thoughts spin forward to the dwarves in their mountain halls. the men scattered like embers across the land, the hobbits who tend their gardens, oblivious to the storm gathering beyond their borders. How many will hear the warning in time? How many can? A breeze stirs the leaves of the golden trees, carrying with it the faintest strain of elven song. Somewhere in the depths of the valley, a council is being gathered, not of all the free peoples, not yet, but of those whose ears are still open to wisdom. Gandalf straightens his back. The road ahead is darker than he dared imagine, but the stars still shine, and sometimes, against all odds, that is enough. The chamber in Rivendell is hushed, the air heavy with the scent of aged parchment, and the faintest trace of Athelas from Elrond's gardens. Moonlight filters through the arched windows, casting elongated shadows that seem to creep closer with every passing silence. Gandalf stands at the center of the polished stone floor, his staff planted firmly before him, its glow a muted blue against the gloom. Around him, the White Council sits in a half-circle, their faces unreadable in the flickering torchlight, all but one. Galadriel's eyes burn like twin stars, her presence a quiet storm in the stillness. She does not speak, not yet, but her gaze never leaves Gandalf's, as if she's tracing the unspoken dread coiled in his words. Saruman rises, his white robes shimmering like frost in the dimness. Dol Guldur is a ruin, he declares, his voice smooth as a blade sheathed in silk. To march against it now would be to waste our strength on phantoms. His fingers brush the armrest of his chair, the gesture effortless, but Gandalf catches the faint tremor in his wrist, a telltale sign of strain. The lie is woven so deftly, it might almost pass for reason. Almost. Elrond's fingers tighten around the stem of his goblet, his knuckles pale. The necromancer's power grows, he counters, his tone measured but edged with steel. Radagast's account cannot be dismissed so lightly. A murmur ripples through the council. Glorfindel shifts, his golden hair catching the light as he leans forward. And what if it is him? The name goes unspoken, but it hangs in the air like a shroud. Sauron. The word itself seems to leach the warmth from the room. Saruman's lip curls, though whether in disdain or discomfort, even Gandalf cannot say. Superstition, the white wizard scoffs. The Dark Lord was broken. This is some lesser shadow, a remnant too feeble to warrant our full attention. Galadriel's voice, when she finally speaks, is softer than falling snow, but sharp enough to cut. And if you are wrong, the question lingers, delicate as a spider's thread, yet it carries the weight of centuries. Saruman's composure wavers, just for an instant. His eyes dart to the palantír, resting on the table between them, its surface dark but pulsing with a latent energy only he seems to feel. Gandalf follows his gaze, and the pieces click into place with a cold certainty. Saruman has not just doubted the threat, he has consulted it. The tension thickens, a living thing coiling around the council like ivy choking a tree. Círdan the shipwright, silent until now, exhales heavily. Division will doom us faster than any enemy, he rumbles, but neither can we afford inaction. His gnarled hands, weathered by salt and time, grip the arms of his chair. If even one voice among us cries warning, do we not owe it to Middle-earth to listen? Outside, the wind rises, howling through the valley like a chorus of forgotten ghosts. The torches gutter, their flames dancing wildly, and for a heartbeat, The shadows on the walls twist into shapes too tall, too sharp to be mere trickery of the light. Gandalf meets Galadriel's eyes again, and in that silent exchange, a pact is forged. The council may hesitate, but they will not. Saruman sinks back into his seat, his face a mask of calm, but his fingers betray him, drumming a restless rhythm against the wood. The vote is called, the tally is split, and as the debate spirals into stalemate, Gandalf's mind races ahead, to secret paths, to hobbits and hidden rings, to choices that must now be made alone. The hour is late, and the council, for all its wisdom, has proven itself just as fallible as the mortals it seeks to guide. Somewhere far to the east, a shadow laughs. Saruman's voice wraps around the council like a velvet glove, each word polished to a deceptive sheen. Proof, he murmurs, fingers steepled before him, is the foundation of wisdom. Would you have us march to war on the fevered dreams of a hedge wizard and the whispers of frightened birds? The torchlight catches the silver in his beard, painting him in hues of authority, but the shadows beneath his eyes deepen as he speaks. Galadriel does not blink. Her silence is more damning than any accusation. Elrond's gaze flicks to the palantír resting between them, its dark surface swallowing the moonlight whole. He knows, they all know, that Saruman has spent too many nights bent over that cursed stone, his whispers lost to its depths. Yet to name it aloud would fracture the council beyond repair. The tension coils tighter, a snake poised to strike. Even the air feels charged, as if the very walls of Rivendell lean closer to listen. Radagast may be eccentric, Glorfindel interjects, his golden braids glinting like chains in the flickering light, but he is no fool. And darkness does not wait for parchment and seals to announce its return. His hand rests on the hilt of his sword, a gesture too deliberate to be casual. Saruman's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Caution is not cowardice. He counters, spreading his palms in a mockery of reason. Let us send scouts, then. Let us verify before we vow bloodshed. The suggestion is a masterstroke, plausible, pragmatic, and perfectly hollow. Scouts would take weeks to reach Dahl Goldure. More weeks to report, and by then, the necromancer's grip would tighten, his servants multiply, his plans cement into inevitability. Gandalf's knuckles whiten around his staff. He sees the trap too late. Saruman isn't just buying time for Sauron, he's buying it for himself. A chill wind gusts through the open windows, extinguishing 2 of the torches. In the sudden gloom, Saruman's face flickers just for an instant, into something sharper, hungrier. Then the moment passes, the vote is called, the motion to delay carries. As the council disperses, Galadriel pauses beside Gandalf, her sleeve brushing his. No words pass between them, but her thought rings clear as a bell in his mind. The Tower of Orthanc casts a long shadow. Beware what grows in its shade. Outside, the moon vanishes behind a bank of clouds, and the stars, once so bright, now seem to hold their breath. Gandalf does not wait for dawn. The moment the council dissolves into uneasy silence, he strides from Rivendell's halls, his cloak snapping like a battle standard in the night wind. Shadowfax stands ready at the courtyard's edge, nostrils flaring at the scent of storms gathering beyond the mountains. The horse needs no command. He knows the fire in his rider's bones, the unspoken urgency that hums between them. As Gandalf swings onto his back, the stars seem to dim overhead, as if even the heavens hold their breath for what comes next. The path to Dahl Goldure winds through lands where shadows cling thicker than mist. Abandoned watchtowers crumble into the earth, their stones scarred by claws no natural beast could possess. Gandalf rides without stopping, his staff casting a frail light that barely pierces the gloom. He knows the stories whispered about this place, how even the bravest rangers avoid these woods, how the very trees seem to twist away from something unseen. Yet onward he presses, because the greatest danger has never been the darkness itself, but the refusal to face it. By the third night, the air changes. The scent of rotting leaves gives way to something metallic, like old blood staining the soil. Shadowfax's gait slows, his ears flicking at sounds too faint for mortal ears. Gandalf dismounts, his boots sinking into ground that feels unnaturally warm. Ahead, the ruins of Dahl Goldure loom against the horizon, their jagged spires like broken teeth against the sky. The fortress should be lifeless, a relic of a forgotten war, but the hair on Gandalf's neck rises. Something watches from those shattered windows, something that does not blink. He considers caution, waits for the prudent voice that has guided him through centuries of diplomacy and restraint. But that voice sounds suspiciously like Saruman now, and Gandalf is done with patience. With a muttered incantation, he drives his staff into the earth. A pulse of blue-white light erupts, scattering the shadows for one blinding instant. In that flash, he sees them, shapes skittering along the walls, too many limbs, too many eyes, and deeper within the ruins, a glow like embers in a dying fire, a presence that makes his very soul recoil. The light fades, the darkness rushes back, heavier than before. A chuckle reverberates through the stones, low and resonant, vibrating up through Gandalf's boots into his ribs. So the gray fool comes at last, hisses a voice that is not a voice, but the scrape of rusted metal on bone. Tell me, Mithrandir, did you bring your counsel? Your armies, or just that fragile stick you call a weapon? The taunt is meant to paralyze, to conjure images of Radagast's hollow eyes, of Saruman's smirk. But Gandalf has spent lifetimes studying the art of defiance. He lifts his chin, his staff flaring anew. I brought enough, he replies, and the words are not bravado but fact. For all its horrors, Dahl Goldure is still just a place, and Gandalf has walked through fire before. The necromancer wants him afraid. Let him work for it. The wind howls through the ruins, carrying with it the stench of charred flesh and something older, something that predates even the rings of power. Somewhere in the blackness, a door creaks open. Not an invitation, a challenge. Gandalf exhales, his breath frosting in the suddenly frigid air, and steps forward. The road behind him vanishes as if it never existed. Radagast wakes to the scent of crushed yarrow and damp earth, his body aching as if he'd been trampled by a herd of oliphants. The owl's nest cradles him like a cocoon of twigs and feathers, its warmth a stark contrast to the memory of Dahl Goldure's creeping mist. He flexes his fingers, stiff but whole, and finds a sprig of athelas tucked into his palm, its edges nibbled by some small, grateful creature. Above him, the canopy parts just enough to reveal a sliver of dawn, pink as a newborn's cheek. It's the first beautiful thing he's seen in days. The forest around him is unnaturally still, no chitter of squirrels, No rustle of foxes in the underbrush, just the weight of 1,000 unseen eyes watching, waiting. Then a single twig snaps. A badger, its fur streaked with gray, waddles into the clearing, its nose twitching. Behind it, a family of hedgehogs, a stag with antlers wrapped in ivy, and a crow with a crooked wing. They don't speak. They don't need to. Radagast knows that look, the same one the dying fox had given him. Not fear, but resolve. He staggers to his feet, leaning heavily on his staff. The wood hums under his touch, its glow faint but stubborn. I can't promise we'll survive this, he murmurs, his voice rough as bark. The badger snorts, nudging his boot with its head. The crow flaps once, landing on his shoulder, its talons gentle but firm. The message is clear. We know. We're coming anyway. As they move through the forest, the trees themselves seem to shift, branches bending to clear their path, roots retracting to smooth the way. It's not magic, not exactly. It's something older, the land remembering the hands that tended it, the voice that spoke for it when no one else would listen. A spider, its body striped with iridescent blue, lowers itself on a thread, offering a silken bandage for Radagast's still bleeding arm. He accepts it, marveling at the irony. Once he'd have recoiled from such a creature. Now its touch feels like an oath. They reach the edge of Mirkwood as the sun dips below the horizon. Beyond the tree line, the plains stretch out, vast and windswept, leading to the fiery glow of Dahl Goldure in the distance. Radagast hesitates. This is where the sensible folk would turn back, where even the bravest might falter. But the badger growls low and determined, and the crow lets out a caw that sounds suspiciously like a battle cry. The stag lowers its antlers, the ivy writhing as if alive. Radagast laughs, the sound startling even to himself. It's not the laugh of a victor, or even a survivor. It's the laugh of a fool who's just realized he's not alone. He raises his staff, and this time, the light that spills from it is golden, warm as a hearth fire. The shadows recoil. Somewhere ahead, Gandalf is fighting a war of wits and wills. Somewhere, Saruman is weaving a net of betrayal. But here, now, the smallest and the silenced are marching. And the earth itself is holding its breath to see what happens next. The air inside Dahl Goldure doesn't just feel cold. It bites, gnawing at the skin like invisible teeth. Gandalf's breath fogs before him, each exhale a tiny defiance against the unnatural chill. Beside him, Radagast clutches his staff with both hands, the wood trembling not from fear, but from the sheer pressure of the dark energy pressing down on them. The walls here are alive in the worst way, whispering in a language that slithers into the mind, twisting thoughts into doubt. And then, from the shadows, he steps forward. The necromancer's robes are tattered, but the aura around him is anything but weak. The hooded face lifts, and where eyes should be, there's only a searing, lidless glow. You should not have come back, Radagast. The voice rashes, dripping with mock pity. The forest misses its fool. The words slither with a familiarity that makes Radagast recoil. The voice knows him, has rifled through his memories like pages in a book. But Gandalf stands firm, his staff igniting with a light so fierce, it sends the skittering shapes along the walls screeching into the dark. Enough, he growls, and the command shakes the very stones. The necromancer laughs, a sound like crumbling tombs, still playing the shepherd, Mithrandir. Even now, when your own kind turns from you. He spreads his hands, and the air between them warp, a ripple of power so dense it bends the light. Gandalf's breath catches as the force slams into him, driving him to one knee. The staff's glow flickers, but he grits his teeth, pushing back with a word of power, so ancient, the ground itself cracks underfoot. The tower groans in protest, dust raining from the ceiling. Radagast sees the opening, just a sliver of distraction. With a cry that's half growl, half song, he hurls a handful of seeds into the air. They burst into vines mid-flight, lashing around the necromancer's wrists, their thorns biting deep. For a heartbeat, the Dark Lord staggers, his snarl of rage twisting into something far worse: recognition. The vines blacken and wither instantly, but the delay is enough. Gandalf lunges, his staff striking the ground with a thunderclap of force that sends them both hurtling backward through the crumbling archway. Outside, the sky is a roiling bruise of storm clouds. The tower trembles, its foundations shaking as if something beneath it is waking. Radagast drags Gandalf to his feet, his hands slick with sweat and something darker. He's not just hiding here, he gasps. He's feeding. The realization chills them both. Dahl. Goldure isn't a stronghold, it's a feast. Every whisper of fear, every drop of despair, it's all been fuel. The ground heaves as the first bolt of black lightning splits the sky. Somewhere above, the necromancer's laughter shakes the ruins. Gandalf grips Radagast's shoulder, his voice raw with urgency. Run, they do, the earth itself seeming to writhe under their feet as the tower behind them screams, its stones tearing apart in a vortex of unleashed power. The last thing Gandalf sees before the world goes white is Radagast's face, streaked with dirt and determination, not the face of a fool, but of the only wizard who dared walk into the dark without a plan. And the only one who walked back out. The first light of dawn barely pierces the thick canopy of Mirkwood as Gandalf and Radagast stumble into a clearing, their robes torn and singed from the unnatural fires of Dahl Goldure. The air here is sweet with pine and damp earth, a stark contrast to the choking miasma of the fortress, yet neither wizard draws an easy breath. Radagast clutches his staff like a lifeline, his knuckles white, his usually wild eyes now sharp with something grim and unshakable. He knew we were coming, he murmurs, voice raw. Not just guest knew, the unspoken truth hangs between them. Someone warned the enemy. Gandalf leans heavily against a gnarled oak, the bark rough against his palm. His mind races, piecing together the fractured clues: Saruman's dismissals, his strange absence from council meetings, the way his fingers had lingered on the palantír, like a miser caressing gold. The betrayal isn't just possible, it's inevitable, but aloud, he says only, "We cannot return to Isengard." The words taste bitter. Once, the towers of Orthanc had stood as beacons of wisdom. Now they might as well be the enemy's watchtowers. A rustle in the undergrowth snaps their attention westward. A fox, thin and scarred, but alive, darts toward them, its muzzle streaked with soot. It drops a scrap of parchment at Radagast's feet before vanishing back into the brush. The message is smudged, but the seal is unmistakable: the white tree of Gondor. Aragorn's hand. Riders approach from the east, the white wizard's mark upon their banners. Gandalf's stomach clenches. Saruman isn't just betraying them in secret, he's raising an army. forest seems to hold its breath around them. Somewhere high above, an eagle circles, its shadow fleeting across the leaf-strewn ground. Radagast grips Gandalf's sleeve, his voice a rasp. The Shire, if he seeks the ring, he doesn't finish. He doesn't need to. Gandalf's thoughts fly to Bag End, to a round green door and a hobbit who has no idea what darkness hunts him. Time, once a river, is now a flood, but before they can take a step, the earth shudders, distant thunder rolls though the sky is clear. Not thunder, drums. War drums, from the east, a column of smoke rises, black and greasy against the sunrise. Radagast's creatures, the badgers, the crows, even the spiders press close, their bodies trembling. The forest itself seems to recoil. Gandalf straightens, his staff flaring to life. Rivendell first, he says, though the word first aches with all the things it cannot fix. Then the Shire, and pray we're not already too late. The road ahead splits like a wound, each path darker than the last. Behind them, Dahl Goldure's ruins smolder, but the true fire is just beginning to burn. The hall in Rivendell feels smaller this time, the air thick with the weight of unsaid truths. Gandalf strides forward, his staff striking the marble floor with a sound like a gavel. The White Council watches in silence, Elrond's face unreadable, Galadriel's gaze piercing, and Saruman's fingers twitching where they rest on the arm of his chair. The proof lies between them, a shard of blackened stone from Dahl Goldure, still humming with the residue of dark magic, and Radagast's fevered account, scrawled in the ink of a dying fox's blood. Gandalf doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. The necromancer is Sauron, he says, each word a nail in the coffin of their denial, and he has been rebuilding his strength while we debated. Saruman rises, his robes pooling around him like spilled milk. This is madness, he scoffs, but his voice lacks its usual velvet certainty. The palantír at his belt glints, its surface fogged as if from within. You would have us march to war on the word of enough. Galadriel's voice cuts through the room like a blade through mist. She doesn't stand. She doesn't need to. The light around her intensifies, casting Saruman's shadow against the wall, a twisted, elongated thing that writhes despite the stillness of the air. The time for lies is over. Her eyes lock onto his, and for the first time, the white wizard flinches. The truth is a viper, and it has already bitten him. Elrond exhales, the sound heavy with the grief of a choice, made too late. The enemy has outpaced us, he admits, fingers tracing the edge of the blackened shard. Every hour we delayed was a gift to him. The admission hangs in the air, bitter as poison. They had been the wise, the vigilant, the guardians of Middle-earth. And yet, Sauron had slithered through their fingers like smoke. Outside, the wind howls through the valley, carrying with it the distant echo of war horns. The council stirs, their robes rustling like the wings of caged birds. Plans are drawn, orders given, but the urgency feels hollow. Gandalf watches Saruman from the corner of his eye, noting the way his former mentor's jaw clenches, the sweat beating at his temple. The betrayal is no longer hidden, but the consequences have only begun to unfold. As the council dissolves into action, Gandalf turns to the window. The horizon is smudged with smoke, not from Dahl Goldure now, but from the east, where the mountains meet the sky. Somewhere, Orcs march under a white hand banner. Somewhere, a hobbit tends his garden, unaware that the world's fate now turns on the smallest of shoulders. The cost of their delay is etched in every shadow, every whisper of the wind. The council acts at last, but the road ahead is drenched in blood, and the hour is later than they know. Galadriel's hand brushes his arm, her touch light but grounding. "You warned us," she murmurs. Gandalf doesn't answer. Warning was never the hard part. Living with what comes next, that's the trial. The stars blink coldly overhead, indifferent to the choices of wizards and kings. Somewhere, Sauron smiles. The paths of the Istari diverge like rivers, carving their own courses through the broken earth of Middle-earth. Gandalf stands at the edge of the Shire's rolling hills, his cloak frayed from battle, but his eyes alight with a fire that refuses to dim. No longer just a wanderer, no longer merely an advisor. He is Mithrandir now, the flame in the storm, the voice that will not let hope gutter out. His staff, once a tool of gentle persuasion, hums with a new urgency. The hobbits know him as the bringer of fireworks and riddles, but the weight in his gaze tells another story. He lingers at Bag End's round door, listening to the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the brandywine. The ring rests in a drawer, innocent as a trinket, but the air around it thrums like a plucked string. His choice is made before he knocks. Some burdens must be shared, even with the smallest of hands. Radagast staggers through the corpse, gray trees of Mirkwood, his boots sinking into soil that still reeks of Dahl Goldure's poison. The creatures that flock to him now are the wounded, the abandoned. A fox with a mangled paw, a thrush whose song has turned to a rasp, a family of hedgehogs trembling under a toadstool. His fingers, cracked and stained with herbs, move tirelessly. Every poultice, every whispered incantation, is a rebellion. The forest does not thank him. It does not need to. In the hush of the groves, where spiders still lurk and the trees groan with remembered pain, he works not for victory, but for balance. The earth remembers kindness, even when its people forget. And then there is Saruman. The tower of Orthanc rises like a bleached bone against the sky, its once gleaming walls now streaked with soot from the forges below. The palantír rests in his palm, its surface alive with visions of fire and marching legions. The voice that whispers to him is no longer disguised as counsel. It is command, thick with the promise of dominion. His robes, once white as new snow, are shot through with threads of black, as if the very fabric of his allegiance is unraveling. The Uruk high snap to attention at his approach, their yellowed eyes glinting with something worse than obedience, devotion. He strides past them, his gaze fixed eastward, where the shadows stretch longest. The last shred of the white wizard burns away in the furnace of his ambition. The wind carries the scent of smoke from the ruins of Dahl Goldure, the crackle of torches in Isengard's pits, the salt of tears shed in the quiet corners of the Shire. The Istari came as guides, as shepherds, but the hour for gentle wisdom has passed. Gandalf lights a pipe on the porch of Bag End, the ember glowing defiantly in the gathering dark. Radagast presses his forehead to the bark of a dying oak, murmuring words only the roots can hear. Saruman lifts his hand, and 10,000 blades answer. Somewhere, a hobbit packs a handkerchief and a pocketful of courage. Somewhere, an eagle soars high enough to see all the broken roads converging. The tale of the wizards is no longer one of unity, but of choices, and Middle-earth will bleed or bloom by them.
you.